Sorry guys, I'm just playing with the lighting. That really didn't look like there was all that much of a difference, so we might just go with the other light for today. The other one's awfully bright in my face, so. Alright, how the heck is everybody? We're actually kind of starting on time. It's a miracle. Kinda, sorta. Kinda, sorta. It is Sunday. It is Sunday art day. I'm just pulling out some brushes here. I might end up using the other brushes I just got. I haven't used them yet, so I don't know if I'm gonna hate them. But we'll see. We'll see. I may absolutely adore them. I may absolutely hate them. I had picked up a set of fine liners. So we're at a slightly awkward angle. We're probably going to be twisting and turning this guy because he doesn't quite fit in the space that I have to work with. Sorry, I just had a thought of, oh, is my mic muted? No. We are good there. Can you help me for a sec?
What's up?
I can't reach this. Thanks. What are you playing?
Hmm?
What are you playing?
A game called Pass that we got on Epic a long time ago.
Have to dust off my painting towel. It's been a while. This poor towel. I don't remember the last time it got washed. At this point, it might have to get hand washed. I don't know if I really want to put that through the washing machine. Not me being able to not fold a towel properly. It just doesn't wanna. It doesn't wanna. It's like, no. Alright, so I think, let's see, am I out of band-aids? I haven't. Oh, I am almost out of band-aids. I got 2 left. Alright. I need to get some more of like the square doodles, or just a variety pack. When I paint, funny side story before we even get started. Well, maybe not funny, just a side story. When I was in school, everybody was losing their mind, or at least teacher-wise, because I wasn't holding my pencils the proper way. And they kept putting all these little grippies on my pencils and shit, like it was gonna teach me how to hold a pencil. Spoiler alert, it did not. The only way I can hold my hand like that is if I have the grippy on there, and I can't really put the grippies on my paintbrushes because they don't make them that small, and that would be quite a sight. So I always rest my paintbrush like right here. So if you see me with a band-aid on here when we're painting, it's not because I hurt myself, it's to try to cushion and keep that from getting sore. Because the way I hold stuff, I hold it sitting right there instead of like this. I can't do that. I've tried, my brain's like, no, we don't like that. So, hey, Mrs. Rock Guru, how are you today? So the background of the sketch is a little messy. I understand that. There's all kinds of pencil lines everywhere. I couldn't find my kneaded eraser last night, and I was too tired to really look that hard for it because I didn't think it was going to take that much of it off. And it's got some marks on it because this one's been kicking around for a few weeks while we were finishing the other one. I was kind of working on this, but I kind of know where the lines are. We've kind of got letters, or yeah, it's supposed to be letters. I know that looks like a 6. It's a G the way I was sitting last night. It's just so I knew what color was going where roughly in my brain. So we're going to try to do this in like a faux stained glass style, where we're going to do like blocks of color, and we're going to do black lines in between to symbolize like the lead lines on a stained glass piece. So some sections might be a little bit chunkier in the black lines, and some areas might be a little bit thinner. But that's kind of why I picked up these boys. I've not used them yet. I took the plastic off of the one just to feel it, because some people were like, oh, it was so stiff I couldn't even use it. And I'm like, but did you rinse it? Because they come starched. It felt fine to me when I touched that one. I haven't taken the tops off the rest of them yet because I haven't really used them yet. We'll see. Hopefully I like them. If I do, I might use 1 or 2 of these for the paint by number I'm working on, because the teeny tiny brushes that I'm using on that right now, they've seen better days, put it that way. I mean, they're still usable, but like the tips are splaying out and stuff. I'm just trying to get our paint remixed together here pretty good. It's been a while since we've painted, so some of the paint has been sitting around for a good amount of time, and some of it may have started to separate. And I found that out when I was going through the paint supplies. I was like, oh, this could be interesting. So you're fine leveling the 12th tune to 60 Alliance Dark Iron Dwarf via time walking. Nice. Very nice. So, we probably won't be doing a whole lot of shading on here. It might look a little... It's not going to look terribly realistic since we're kind of doing it in a stained glass style. Some areas might look a little more realistic than others, but... So, I was like, what are we going to do for our sky color? And I was like, oh, let's go with this blue. But I'm like, that's a little faint. So then we went with this blue. We're going to try to do a combination of the two. I don't know how this is going to go. We might just pick one and shade it down. But I kind of wanted a little bit of bold coloration in here, so we might start with this one and fade to this one. We'll see. But I also have to figure out where our sky ends and where our water starts. So water might be starting... I don't know. Where do we want our water to start? I almost want water to start here, but that might be a little high. I mean, we could use this line because it's already in. I don't know. I really kind of... I'm leaning towards here. Yeah, you know what? We'll go with here. Where's my pencil? I can find a pencil, it doesn't really matter. So I sketched this in graphite hardness F, which is probably why I had a little bit of a harder time getting it off of here. Where did you go? I had you last night. We didn't go digging that hard through here. There you are. So... what is... oh, that was attached to the Band-Aid. So F's gonna be a bit... Usually the closer or the further away from B you get, the harder the lid is. So usually it doesn't go down this hard or this dark, but I'm also pretty heavy-handed, so that could be part of it too. I know it looks like a 3, that is a W for me. Okay, put you back over there. Alright. So, and I had to clean my paint plate before we got started. So, my hands are a little rough on the edges. I got paint under my fingernails and everything, but if I really cared about what my fingernails looked like underneath, I would probably be wearing fake nails, but I'm a klutz, and I don't like stuff on the tips of my fingers, so I'm just using a plate from the dollar store as my palette. I find that works pretty good. A little concerned about this white paint. It sounds like there's water in it, and I don't ever remember doing that, so I feel like something separated or went drastically wrong in here. I'm a little nervous. I mean, it's pretty runny. Pretty runny. But we will see. I kind of got mad at these brushes because they were being streaky at one point. This one. Not this one. These are two different brushes. You can see the handles are different lengths. This one's a little bit darker. But, I don't know. We'll see. I am going to turn this guy for a little bit. Hopefully nothing falls here. We need some water. So I reuse... Well, I don't really use the measuring cups on medicine bottles. I just kind of use a spoon. So, because they're a bitch to clean out. So, I save them and I use them for my paint water. I know it's strange, but... Alright, so if we start with this... This blue. Now, I'm using craft paint. It's a shit ton cheaper than the other paint. Than like artist grade paint. And I find it works a bit better for me. Now, because we are going to be doing this in a stained glass style, I'm not just going to jump in here. I'm going to kind of paint in chips or sections. Shapes, shall we say. Now, this color felt pretty full in the bottle. So I don't remember using this color before. So we'll see how it goes. Usually the craft paint, depending on what you're doing, you may need to do a second coat. But even so, it's not so bad. And even doing a second or third coat, it's still much more in my budget than some of the other paints are. I'm going to try to make sure we get our edges here. Now, the craft paint I'm using is Anita's because that's what I have. And I'm trying to use it up. I will be switching paint brands to either to one of the other brands. I had started using this because I didn't realize that Anita's seemed to end up exclusively with Hobby Lobby, and as far as I can tell in this area. We used to sell Anita's at AC Moore when I worked there, so I was surprised to see that that was the only place you could get it after I started buying it. And I did used to shop at Hobby Lobby a little bit because it was that or Joann's in this area, or online, and the online prices were kind of atrocious, to be perfectly honest, for the paint comparably. I think I'm trying to put an extra letter in there. So I was begrudgingly shopping there, but I can't shop there anymore. And Walmart sort of stepped up their art supply game. Not tremendously, but a little bit. And I can't say I was even really shopping at Hobby Lobby for the coupon, because I never remembered to grab one half the time. I mean, I used the coupon like once, I think. But even when I did shop there, it wasn't very often, because I was like once maybe every 6 months or something. But like I said, I haven't been there in months. This is just old stock that I've had. Actually, I don't think I've been there in over a year, and I probably won't be back in there unless I have to have said item today. And they're the only person that I can get it from. So it's easier to come back and do your second coat once you've let the first coat to completely dry. I can't even really see what the heck I'm doing. Not really, because it's in shadow. Oh, we'll have to turn it this way. There we go. Now, as I'm putting this on here, it does feel very dark. So I'm not sure I'm sold on this color, which I'm kind of like, I don't know. Sorry, it is up out of frame at the moment because I can't see what the heck I'm doing. Otherwise. And this paint doesn't usually take that long to dry once you start putting it down, depending on how thick you've put down the first layer. But as I'm sitting here looking at that color, I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it's kinda kind of dark. Because I'm looking at our other color that we have. And I'm kind of, I don't know. Probably because we just haven't painted in so long. Sorry, I'm trying to mix the color. But I don't know if it's really working. I kind of really wanted to use that morning blue, but this is sort of a combination of the two. It does feel like it's graying it a little bit. But okay. So I was originally thinking that we would do like a gradient in the sky, but I think I'm trying to make it more complicated than it needs to be, is what I'm trying to do, I think. I haven't painted this way in a long time. And my brain's like, no, let's do this, and let's like trying to do 500 different things, and I'm overcomplicating matters. So I was thinking, you know, we'll have these different colors in the sky, but do we really need that many colors in the sky? Probably not. It feels very bright to me, and I'm having second thoughts about it. Also, the brush you use. The brush you use could make a tremendous difference. I keep trying to add letters to words today. Oh my gosh, I never grabbed a drink. Is that game pausable? Sweetie?
Huh?
Is that game pausable?
Yeah, what's up?
Could you get me a drink, please?
Yeah. Water, soda?
Soda, I guess I haven't had any caffeine yet today. I just realized I never grabbed one. I mean, that, you know? Was that just a happy accident? 'Cause I don't hate that. Let's see what that looks like when it dries. Let's see what that looks like dry, because if that looks cool the way it dries, if you're not careful, you'll start dotting paint on the canvas instead of on the brush. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen people do that where they put their paint directly on the canvas. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Just, it hurts my soul watching people do that, and I'm just like, meh. I cringe every time I see those videos on YouTube, and I'm like, but why? I mean, I guess it's a little bit more supply friendly because you're blending on the canvas and you're not wasting paint going on the palette, but at the same time, look, at the same time, the amount of paint that they've got on that canvas when they start blending and it's all glopped up there, part of me shrivels and dies inside because the only thing I see is how much paint, excessive paint is on there to me, and I'm like, oh god, and like, the paint you're wasting. But you know, that's a me issue. I know that's a me issue. It's the same thing with paint pouring. Like, I kind of think it's cool and I kind of want to do it, but I tried to do it once. I couldn't find the silicone, and I had seen somebody use dish soap, and I didn't really get the cells that other people had, so I know I messed something up. But I had used tubes of acrylic paint I wasn't planning on using for anything else because they were almost they were on their way out and stuff, and they were tiny, like, sample size tubes, so I was okay with something going wrong with them, but the amount of paint that got wasted on that, it hurt so bad. I'm just like, oh, I can't. Like, I'll watch the paint just pouring off of those paint pours. And I understand they probably didn't use that much paint, that it's more flow medium or whatever base they're using, and they do water it down, at least the paint part, to a degree. But, oh, it's still enough to give me a panic attack, and I'm just like, oh god, what are you doing? What are you doing? But then again, I'm a special little snowflake, muffin, whatever, who has a very, very, very tight budget and can't just go and replace or replenish supplies on a whim. Like, we have to plan for supply replacement. Really? You're gonna be fussy now. Are you getting gummy? Maybe you're getting gummy. So it's like, oh no, what did you just do? So as much as I think it's cool, at this point in time, my budget will not allow me to. My budget and my nerves will not allow me to play with that. I'd like to play with it more, but like, it's a whole ass thing. And that flow medium, that shit's expensive. I mean, I don't know how much mileage some of those flow artists get out of it, but oh wow. Well, see, that kind of looks like the color I mixed when I was playing around, and I wasn't sure if I liked it on the plate. Probably gonna rinse my brush here soon just to keep it from getting too caked up. And because my hands aren't that steady, we're probably gonna get paint in the little crevices I'm trying to leave in between, but that's okay because at least I have an idea of where I want these lines to go. Alright, we'll see what those two look like when they're dry. So, yeah, I'm probably going to be switching to another brand once this paint is used up. And, sorry, I'm going to pick it up a little bit so I can get this one here without twisting my neck too hard. I've used Apple Barrel before and been perfectly happy with it. And in fact, Apple Barrel's a little bit, well, at least I was happy with it years ago. I don't know if they've changed the formula since I last used it, I'll put it that way. But years ago I was fine with it. But when I went to go get more paint and ended up at Hobby Lobby before I knew that much about them, all they had that was cheap in their craft paint section was like, this was like their cheapest one, and I was like, oh damn, craft paint's certainly gone up since I last bought it. But this was, I think, their cheapest one. Folk Art's pretty good. It wasn't in my budget at the time though. I've used a couple colors from Folk Art over the years. They're pretty good. They're not quite as thin as this one. I mean, they're still thin, but they're not as thin. And then you've got Americana. That's probably right up there with Ceramcoat. I think it's Ceramcoat. Alright, I'm gonna clean my brush here for a sec. Okay, now I kind of am digging this, so I think we might go back to this blue and just do a second coat of this. We might go back to Brilliant Blue, which is our dark blue here. I'm kind of liking the weird little multi-pattern here. Modeled pattern, I guess is the word we want. See, now I feel like we're too dark. I don't know if that made a difference, though. I don't know. I don't like that this is so bright in my face, though. I really need to get a ring light, probably, but I don't have the money for a fancy lighting setup, so this is what we got to work with, friends. My head's probably going to be in the shot soon. In fact, where is... Really? I put it all the way over there? Alright, hold on. Had to get my clip. Sometimes my hair touching the back of my neck just will start to skeeve me. Alright, there is a piece of fuzz in there. Because this brush doesn't really shed. I've put this brush through its paces. So this is painter's tape. The ferrule was loose when I got this one, and that kind of made me mad. Because I liked the brush, and the ferrule came loose shortly after I had started using it and started liking it. Sorry, I am trying to get the edges in case this gets hung without a frame. I know it's not a gallery wrap canvas. Those are a little bit more expensive because the stretcher bars are a bit thicker so that you can get that extra bit of real estate on the sides. The only problem with this brush is, even though I like it, is it doesn't really get a fine point on it. So I might have to switch brushes again. We've got plenty of them. Alright, who wants to be the next? You are pretty separated there, my friend. Oh, and you have a knot in you. Well, that won't do. That won't do at all. You know what? We could try one of these new guys. So let's see what our options are here. I can't remember how much I paid for this. I think they were $8.99. Let's try you. And hopefully you're not a sheddy beast, because that will be upsetting. I mean, I know you kind of... Some paintbrushes are worth the extra expenditure. I don't know why they've got them packaged like this, but okay. Okay, so this doesn't have a... They're very well sealed in there. I'll give them that. There we go. Maybe that's what plastic tube is on there to help you get it out of there. No. Plastic tube is there to protect the bristles. It's more for a shipping thing. Okay, there's some starch in that one. Alright, we'll see how this goes. I've never been able to get those plastic tubes back on. I think on one or two I have in the past. But it's really for a shipping purpose. That is gonna fall from there. Alright. Oh, that was a whole ass lot. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's my hair. Yay! But it's not the animal's hair, it's mine. Because I'm apparently a sheddy beast. I like the bounce at the moment, at least on the palette I do. These are synthetic. I don't fully remember what they are, but... Alright, so that's... Okay. They kind of feel like a tack-on. I don't remember. Does it say? It probably does. I thought it did. It probably does somewhere on the inside. These are from Transin. What is this now? Why is there so much fuzz in this house today? So at the moment it's a little firm. I do think I got out the starch fairly easily on this one. It's taking a few passes to get the paint in the tooth of the canvas. So that's interesting. All of the paint does seem to be leaving the brush for the most part, as I just got paint everywhere. On not what I was working on. So I don't know how I feel about these yet. They'll probably be pretty good for line work with my black paint thinned down a bit. And for the most part, they seem pretty good. Will they maintain this feeling? I don't know. We'll find out as time goes on. Now, do remember, since this is paint and it is acrylic paint, You're probably going to want to, what I call a maintenance rinse every so often, just to keep your brush from getting too gunky and to keep the paint that may get further up in the bristles from drying before you necessarily want it to. So these weren't my first choice to pick up. I really wanted the Arteza detailing brushes, but they were out of my budget right now. Seems like whenever they get them back in stock, I never have the money to get them. But I've had my eyes on those bad boys for a while. Any singular art supply that costs more than like $10 is a special purchase for me. Actually, really more than $5 right now, but for like one item. But those brushes, I think, are, when they're not on sale, I feel like, if memory serves, they're definitely above $10. I feel like they're closer to 20, but I don't know if I'm misremembering. Alright. I'm not hating these yet. I mean, like I said, time will tell. How things go or continue to feel. I just watched a piece of fuzz go flying by. It's still very hot, so we have all kinds of fans on, so it's going to be getting kicked up in the air. And I got started a few minutes behind today because I was like, oh, I need one of my painting plates. And I went to pull them out and I'm like, oh, I never cleaned this painting plate from the last time we used it. Oh, that's fascinating. And it was being, some spots on it were being a bit stubborn. That might have been the Arteza stuff stuck on there. So we are a bit zoomed out here. Let me see. If we're going to sit sideways, we can probably come in a bit more. There. Let's try that. I just realized if we're going to be sideways for a while, which we most likely are, we probably don't need to be quite that zoomed out. How's everybody's weekend been? Is everybody doing good? What'd you guys do? Anything exciting happen? Probably gonna do a rinse on the brush here in just a second. So for me yesterday, I was on the podcast with Lita, and we were chatting with Taco, and that was fun. And before the show, I was doing what pre-show prep I could do for Lita, getting things and stuff in place for her. And then after the show, I went to go make dinner because I was hungry. I hadn't eaten yet at all. My fault, I know, but still had to go eat. And I had to do after show stuff. And I got that sorted. And then by the time I got that done, I was like, oh, I need to finish stream prep for this. And I was actually going to clean that this paint plate last night. But then husband was like, oh, I'm going to sleep out here tonight. I was like, oh, okay. And I was kind of starting to get a headache anyway, so I just laid down early. And we were just kind of chilling and reading. It's kind of too hot to really do much of anything. And we have air conditioning in the house. It just doesn't reach our bedroom. And the fan setup we have to try to get it to our ooh, see, my hand will randomly let go of stuff. Looks like I didn't do too much damage. It mostly landed on the plate. And I didn't dunk it in any of the other paint, so that's good. It still only does so much, and it's still pretty toasty in here at times. It is nice to get the chance to paint for a little bit, so we don't have to think too much with this style. We're just kind of... Why are you in my bag of paint, child? Little. What are you doing? I have a Ziploc bag of all of my Arteza acrylic paint because the box was just... It was too awkward to store. I mean, I liked the box and the little trays that all the colors came in, and it was nice that it was laid out that way. And I didn't really want to take it out of the box and pull them out of how the colors were grouped and separated, because it did make it easier to find the colors I was looking for, but I just didn't have the space for the box. So I had to put them in a Ziploc bag, and Miss Sassy Pants just found the Ziploc bag and looked like she was trying to pull it open. Well, more open, it's not closed. It's one of those big, like, 3-gallon Ziploc bags, or 2-gallon ones. That we had an extra one laying around of. I think from Christmas Chex Mix or something. And she was trying to open it, and I don't know why. I don't know if she was trying to get in the bag. There's definitely no food in there. Okay, now I'm trying to look at my letters here. This in here should be blue. Hello, Twisted. How are you? Hope you are having a good day. Hope all is well. Good, good. We are just sort of putting our shapes in here for our stained glass look, stained glass like painting. Now we probably won't be finishing today, just so you guys know. But we'll at least get a good start on it here. Started doing some art on your stream as well. Oh, well, thank you. And you gotta start somewhere, right? Like, you know, when I first started messing around with paint, I've been messing around with paint for quite some time. I'm just gonna turn this a little bit. I need to see something over here. I'll adjust the camera in just a second. I mean, you gotta start somewhere. As my Kofi thing is like sitting right over where we're gonna be painting. But, I mean, you know. I started out messing around with craft paint because it was cheaper, and I was like, oh, look at all the colors I can get for the price of like 3 tubes of the other stuff. I actually like the feel of the craft paint better. I do have a couple tubes of the artist paints. But they don't flow. And I'm used to flow. So when I get those and they're just glompy, I'm like, I get that they're supposed to be this way, but I don't like them. And I'd rather have more colors to choose from. And I know there's going to be those purists that are like, you should be using color theory. I'm using craft paint, okay? So, if you want to use color theory on your stream or on your project, that's great. That works for you. We do something a little different, so, you know. That's awesome. I like having colors to choose from already. I'm terrible at mixing the same exact shade twice. I will use the artist paint. Oh, nice. I'm not good at digital. I just can't. I've tried. The husband's tried to teach me a couple of things, but the way I am, I need to... Oh, that's coming undone. Stop that. I need to touch the stuff. I mean, digital does work for a lot of people, and you can do some amazing stuff with digital, and I actually envy a lot of the digital artists, because I'm like, you did not do that digital, but, you know, they totally did. And, hey, who's getting fussy? Ed? Sorry, there was a cat fight. Or a cat kerfluffle. It was a cat kerfluffle. It wasn't a full-on cat fight, but Ed and Little don't get along. And I heard the startings of a thing, so let's not have it be a full-fledged thing. Anyhow, sorry about the raised voice there. And angry Nisey voice. But where was I? Oh yeah, I've never been able to really grasp the digital. Sorry, I'm touching this. I'm using it now, and it felt like the Pharaoh's. It's not loose, but it felt a little rocky. But it's not? I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Which makes me sad, because I really like this. I'm starting to take a shine to this brush, to be perfectly honest. If I have to, I'll put painter's tape on it. I'm not afraid to do that. I will. To make a brush last longer. Might have just been the way I was tapping the canvas too. But yeah, digital and I have just not gotten along. We have an art tablet that we had picked up a little while ago. I think when they were doing stimulus checks, and we're like, we're never going to have the opportunity to do this again. So I think we paid down one of our credit cards and we grabbed an art pad as well. Nothing fancy. Well, it was fancy for us, but you know, it was the fanciest that we could afford, I'll put it that way. And I used it once or twice on stream when I was doing line work off of some photos that we had that I wanted to make into one piece that I was putting a template together for, because it was going to be easier for me to transfer what I wanted to do that was in the photo than trying to redraw it, because what it was not something that I was going to be able to redraw very successfully. What are you doing, girl? What is the matter? You're like all twitching. My goodness, child. You are wound up today. Husband's better at digital than I am. And he's designed some of the t-shirts for WoW Challenges that's on their gear shop. Husband's done the emote artwork, the offline card, and the banners for my Twitch channel. He's done some of the emotes. I don't know if he's done all of them, but he's done at least some of them for the WoW Challenges Twitch channel. And he's done some of the emotes and at least one or two offline or AFK or stream starting soon banners for Zorts. So you're colorblind, so you need help sometimes with your color palette. Well, that's great. I mean, not great that you're colorblind, but great that you found a way to work within that. And so I mean, it's nice that people have options to work with what they've been dealt with, shall we say. I think I said that in a way that was understandable. I mean, you know, if games can have like colorblind modes and stuff, then, you know, you should be able to like art programs should too, so that way you can have something where it should make sense. And I'm glad that you've found a way to work within your own, I guess, limitations. Not really limitation, but your own uniqueness, shall we say. Because I've known some streamers that were doing like building sims and stuff, Geekism. I think he has a Twitch channel, but he's mostly on YouTube, I think. He'll be building stuff and he's like, I have no idea what color that roof is. If it doesn't look like it matches, tell me, because he's colorblind too. My dad's actually colorblind. I think greens might look brown to him. I'm not sure like the total I'm not sure of his total spectrum restraint on that, but he could drive because he knew where what position the color lights were supposed to be in and stuff. And I think he could see red. I don't fully remember though. But no, that makes me happy that you were able to do that, because, you know, everybody should be able to find a way to make stuff if that's what makes them happy. And for a long time, I was in, like, I used to paint, like, all the time. I'd be up till all hours of the night painting huge canvases the size of me, like 4 to 5 foot size canvases laid out on the floor. I'd be laying down on almost on top of it. I guess they were maybe 3.5 to 4 feet, because I think the one canvas size I bought a couple of times, I think it came up to my shoulders from the floor. I'm about 5 feet and change, so I guess maybe 4 feet tall. What does she want? Is she out of food? Because she's being feisty. What's wrong? Oh, Little. Get out of my paint. Don't give me an attitude. As she looks at me, well, you're in my chair. She has taken over my chair. And she gets very angry when I make her leave. You love painting, but you're horrible at it, and you have some of those diamond paintings. You like those? I've never done the diamond painting. I've looked at them. If I had a flat surface big enough that I could leave it set up on, I would probably try to do it. I don't know if I could attach the surface to my artboard. I have a large artboard that's I picked up eons ago. It's got like it's like a huge clipboard, except it's I have a 16 by 20 paint by number attached to it at the moment. That I'm slowly working on. I think we picked it up in November. I just haven't had that much time to work on it. I can't really do it on stream because we can see this is an 11 by 14. This is my work surface that I have to use to stream with. I don't have an area set up that I can get the camera in a position that I can work with and see chat and stuff to do the paint by number on stream. But I have that board. I don't know if I could attach one of those to that because I've not looked into doing them, but they do look pretty neat when they're done. And everybody has their thing. I'm not that great at painting. I'm really not. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just kind of doing stuff. I mean, I was amazed I managed to get this flamingo sketched as well as I did. We had taken photos. We love taking photos when we go to the zoo. And I was going back through our what the hell are they called? The little chips. For the digital cameras. SD discs, whatever. The little square things. I don't know what the fuck they are. We had bought a good digital camera a few years ago. For doing art photos for the Etsy shop. I do have stuff up on there now. There is stuff in the shop now. And for, you know, taking reference photos when we go to places and stuff. Unfortunately, we didn't get the camera till after our last Suzu, relax. We didn't get it till after our last, I think Russell took Momo outside to pee. And Zuzu seems to be upset that he was left out. I'm not sure why Zuzu didn't go and why he's not whining about it. Daddy will be right back. Daddy took Momo potty. It's okay. They'll be right back, I promise. They're not leaving. This dog was a basket case when Momo had to go to the vet when he hurt his back. And it was about 2.5 hours of the dog sitting at the door looking out at whining. They're brothers. They've never been without each other. Momo wasn't too visibly upset when Zuzu had to spend a day or two at the vet overnight when he was sick. But this guy loses his mind. And I forgot what I was talking about to begin with. But yeah, I mean, oh yeah, we got the camera, and so I was going back through our old zoo photos, which is what this is which is what I used as a reference from the Tulsa Zoo. When were we there last? We had masks on. We had to make a reservation. I guess last year? I'm not sure if that was when this photo was from or not. But drawing is not my forte. I'm terrible at drawing. You can kind of see that I had, was gritting stuff out on here. Trying to, because, this line was okay, so this is gonna be, I can't really see it, so, this line was okay, the back shouldn't be any higher than this, and this should be, where the bottom of the beak is, and, this should be where the head is. I was gritting shit out. I was this is gonna be a hot mess. It actually didn't come out too bad. I was actually kind of surprised it came out as well as it did. drawing I am not good at, so a lot of times I will use a reference photo that we've taken, and I'll put it up in a Creta. This Band-Aid. And I'll do line work over stuff I want to keep. And then I'll print that out. It's a whole damn process. And then I don't have graphite paper. And I don't have a projector anymore. And I kick myself every day for not keeping my projector. It was just a cheap, like, on the wall one, but it was still one. And so I have to do, like, tracing paper and then trace the line sketch I did from the reference photo if I want it to be pretty dead on to the reference photo. And then I take the sketch on the tracing paper, you know, and you color over the lines with your graphite or whatever on the back of it. You're doing, like, improvised. Poor person's transfer paper. Actual transfer paper would have been a lot less of a pain. Did Suzu not want to go when you first went?
He has not gone any of the times I've tried to get
Because
him up.
when you walked out the door with Momo, he was standing here whining.
Oh, that's because I had the trimmer with me. Trying to correct that section of Momo that it doesn't have
Oh, because he was upset that he wasn't there.
Give me a little bit of buzzing noise for a second.
Okay. We had a flea explosion. And the flea medication only did so much, so we're trying to trim them down. Plus, they're having really bad hot spots this summer. I don't know what's going on. Usually it was just Suzu that would get one or two. What was the deep buzz?
That was me accidentally touching the side of the dog thing.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was coming through my headphones or if that was outside of them.
No. Okay.
I was like, what did I just do? So we've been trying to keep them trimmed super short. They might bark in a second. I'm sorry if they do. They get... Whenever we groom them, even if it's just with a comb, they get super excited and then start trying to nibble us and groom us back, we think. But, sometimes they get a little barky about it. They get sassy because they know they get a treat afterwards, too.
I forgot. I groomed one and not the other.
Yeah, you can't do that. You have to at least pretend that you cut something off of the other one.
Hey, Suzu. It's your turn.
And I wish I was joking, but there's times that we've turned the trimmer on and, like, not really trimmed anything off of them.
I literally turned it on and touched the back of it to the back of his head.
Yeah, just to make them think that they were included, because they get super jealous. It's terribly funny. But, yeah, but I didn't have to do the tracing work on this one. I should find that photo so you guys can see the reference shot. I managed to isolate the flamingo I wanted. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. But I realized we hadn't painted, we painted like one set of flamingos way back, which was a mixed media piece that I had meshed a couple different vacation photos with. There had been a fort in Key West that had like a stone window that you could look out, and I thought that was like kind of cool, so I took a photo of that. And then I kind of made that the outer edge and used that transfer technique to get the shape of the flamingos in the middle, and then took some paper towels, of all things, and decoupage them in on the sides to kind of give some texture to some palm tree fronds hanging down, and some hibiscus flowers. And when we painted over those, it didn't come out half bad. I mean, it wasn't that great, but, you know, it wasn't terrible either. But not everything I do is a winner. I'm just kind of, I'm fumbling my way through. Alright, so I need to get a little bit more fresh paint down. Alright, we're going to turn this again because I'm going to end up putting my hand in paint if I don't. And I'm not opposed to putting my hand in paint. It's happened many a time. Many a time. Sorry, this camera doesn't have the zoom in and out adjustment buttons. My one camera did. This camera doesn't. But this camera's picture quality was a bit better than the other camera that did have those features. So, we just kind of have to manually do it with this one. So sorry if the picture gets a little weird and I have to recenter it sometimes. I mean, I'm sure I could probably do something on OBS where it's different sizes presets with scenes or whatever, but or just different camera blocks. I don't know, but we're not that high tech here. We don't have a whole lot of bells and whistles to occupy people with during streams, so sorry about that. But the more higher tech things get, the more of my I don't know what the fuck I'm doing shows, so it's just like, let's just try to keep it simple. Simple's probably the better way to go. This child and this bag of paint. Sorry, I say child. I have fur children. We don't have any flesh and blood children. Well, I guess they're flesh. We don't have people children. Human children? We don't have our own spawn, we have furry kids. But that's a whole ass thing, so. This Band-Aid. This Band-Aid must have been around for a while. It doesn't want to stick. I'm glad I'm not using it to protect a cut, because I'm like 2 seconds from putting painter's tape on it. Or masking tape, whatever tape I can find. I probably should have just put painter's tape on there to begin with. I've done that before when I have been out of Band-Aids. Alright, so this might look a little confusing. So we've got greenery hanging down, leaves coming down into here. This is going to be a plant leaf coming up through here. So that's why we've got blue in there. And then this is still part of that same plant that goes off that way. And then we've got plant leaves coming up here. Hard to see with the messiness of the sketches. So that's what we've got happening there. And yeah, I prefer the craft paint. I prefer the flow. I don't care if I have to do a second coat or whatever. We're gonna come back and do that light blue on top of there. I kind of like the streakiness of it happen in there. We'll see if we get the same streakiness with this brush. It kind of gives it more of that, just, you know, like if you looked at stained glass lamps or Tiffany lamps, you'll sometimes see that streakiness where the colors were tried to be blended or something. So I don't know. I'm good with that. And I'm just making shapes. I'm trying to keep them a little bit stiffer. I know that doesn't make sense. Sometimes I will do really wobbly shapes that are just like kind of like all squiggly and all over and all kinds of rounded edges. Now I do know we have some rounded edges in here, but I'm trying to keep them a little more subdued and not too crazy, because I feel like chips of glass going in here would be a little bit more straight and small curves, not like all kinds of wiggly wobbly curves. I mean, you're gonna get a curve here and there, and that's fine, because I mean, you'll get some rounded edges. If you've done mosaic tile work, you can get like a rounded edge, but it takes some effort sometimes. So I know that you could probably get that rounded edge if you're really good at, you know, doing your glass snipping or whatever. I don't know the full process of making stained glass. In my brain, it's probably similar to tile work or whatever, like doing mosaics where you're cutting down the colors. Maybe not. Just for some reason in my brain, that's where I'm going. If anybody's actually done stained glass, feel free to correct me. So I'm going to redo this shape here. We're going to have to come back in with that same color. Now I know our edges aren't completely clean and crisp on this blue that's going down, but that's okay, because don't forget, we're going to come back in with our black lead color and re-outline everything when we get to that point. Alright. When we're done this one, we'll probably go back to stabbing things with fluff for a little bit. I don't have that much canvas right now. I think I've got like maybe 2 or 3 more pieces of canvas left. I do have some mini canvases though. And I found some more wood slices that I didn't realize I still had. But those ones might have the funky edges. The bark might have been coming off the sides of those. I have to take a better look at them, but when I was shifting my paint around to a different holding area so I could get to it easier, I found I had some more mini canvases stashed, and I was like, oh, I did not know I still had these. I think I was going through the inventory for Etsy. And we do have the latest needle felting project up on Etsy, along with the one before it. And we still have some of our Bob Ross wood slice magnets. They are a bit chunky, but there's 2 magnets on the back and they hold pretty well to the fridge. I haven't had one fall off. We probably should have taken a picture in the back of those. I'm toying with doing a birthday sale. I can't offer free shipping right now, and I'm sorry. I don't have the money to do that. And right now I'm only shipping within the US because they made tariff stuff more of a pain in the ass to ship overseas for some countries. So I do apologize on that front. So this is a little bit of a labor of love, but then again, a lot of things are. If you don't love it, I don't know why you're not doing it, or why you are doing it. If you hate it, don't do it. Sorry, words get jumbled in my brain. I know what I'm trying to say. My brain selects not the right thing. I don't know if that's another facet of the dyslexia or what, or if that's something else going on up there. Could be anything else at this point. But yeah, I mean, but it is kind of chill when you can just kind of sit there and all you're really thinking about is just, okay, well, what size, shape do I want to get into here? Sort of stuff. I am noticing that the bristles are trying to splay a little bit on this one, but that could just be how I'm using it. And I have others that I can use for line work, so I'm not that upset over it at the moment. So, I mean, this brush isn't too bad. I don't hate it. It's not as streaky as these guys, as the Zooting ones. So that makes me happy. I mean, it's a little splotchy, but that's the paint. That's this color. I mean, this color would probably really need another good coat, but I'm not worrying about it being a little bit splotchy right now because we are coming back with this other color going over it, so that's fine. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Not in this instance, at least. That wouldn't be that big of a deal either way. I would just have to come back in. Now, if I really, really didn't want to do that second coat, I would have mixed a little bit of white in with it. I probably would have mixed a little bit of artist tube white in with it. I'm not against adding a little bit of that. And I do have a few tubes of artist paint for where I need it. And like I said, I'm not opposed to adding it and using it. I just don't like using it for my entire project. Sometimes it depends on what I'm doing. Excuse me. If I'm doing a commission piece, I'll use the more expensive paint, depending on what they're looking for. Like the commission piece that we streamed some time ago with the mule team, that was mostly done with the artist paint. But for stuff like this, where I need it to be a little more liquid, to get the flow in there and the color selection, I will go with the craft paint. I don't mind the Arteza acrylic paint, but I do prefer to use that a little bit watered down and on watercolor paper. I haven't really messed with their watercolor paint. I have some, but watercolor actually intimidates me. I think because I know I can't really fix a fuck up too well like I can with the acrylic paints. I mean, acrylic paint, if you fuck up, you can usually just paint over it and fix it that way. Trying to make sure I leave enough room for our quote-unquote lead lines. I want to try the Arteza gouache. I have some of the jelly gouache. It dried out on me though. But I've been wanting to mess around with that a little bit more. In fact, I was toying using the gouache on this one, but it was so dried out. And I know that it's kind of like watercolor and you can usually bring it back to some degree. I just wasn't sure if I wanted to fight with it on the canvas because of how much water I was trying to add to it to bring it back. So I'm like, I think we'll save messing with that again for the watercolor paper. It really is better on watercolor paper anyway. And I have a bunch of that. And I have some wood squares that we can paint on too, like we did the butterfly on. So for anyone just coming in, we're painting, but in the end, we're gonna try to make it have a stained glass look, kind of like our mosaic tile, our faux mosaic tile butterfly back in December, except we're gonna do black lines in between instead of white to give it more of the look and feel of nope. Knocking shit over. I thought the other cups I had lined up had water in them. Fortunately, they did not. I feel bad I put that white out and we didn't end up using it. That's okay. That bottle of white, I'm questioning why it was so liquidy. Anyway, that must be a fairly old bottle for it to have sounded quite so juicy. But yeah, so we're just working on getting our base blue in. We're going to come back with a lighter blue over top of it because I kind of like the look of that. That was sort of a happy accident because I wasn't so sure if we were gonna use this color. I was kind of playing around with, first I thought we were gonna do this and then mix it in with this lighter color just to kind of, you know, maybe gradient it down, but I wasn't really feeling the color combo, and then I was playing with it on the plate, mixing the two together, and I was like, I don't know, maybe, but then it looked a little gray to me. But then, I mean, it still looks a little gray, but I kind of like that the darker blue is bleeding up through in spots. So that was sort of just kind of happened. And I am actually using a plate from the Dollar Tree as my palette. I have all kinds of palettes. I have these little tiny palettes that I've used. Like the little, like we've used these guys. Oh, let's not use the Dust Bunny. Sorry, Dust Bunny. It's been a while since I've used these, apparently. There's dust everywhere. I've used these guys. I mean, we probably could have used one of these guys for this. They're definitely a lot lighter. Fuck. So that just happened. Not that big of a deal. Because we're coming back in with black paint anyway. To clean that up. Oh, me and my selfness strike again. That piece of fuzz out of there. Okay, that piece of fuzz is attached to the Band-Aid. That's good. Alright. What time is it? Okay. Husband and I aren't eating together today. But I'm just trying to keep track of what time it actually is. Because I will lose all track of time. And I still have stream prep to do for Wednesday. I'm not done. We still have one more character to get ready for Wednesday's stream. Yeah, so this is just a plate from the Dollar Tree. Nothing fancy. I have a smaller one too, and I almost grabbed that one. But then I wasn't sure how much mixing we were going to be doing, if any at all. So I feel like I'm painting spots on a giraffe. To be perfectly honest. Although spots on a giraffe I would probably have a little more wobbly. Oh wait. That's not supposed to be that color. Oops, I'm getting carried away. I was supposed to have stopped at that line there. I just happened to see my W reminder. I was like, oh. Wait, whoops. Whoops the doodles. That's alright. We can clean that up. Not a huge deal. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. And that you at least got to have a moment of peace. Hope everybody's staying cool if it's hot where you are, and staying warm if it's cold where you are. Hope you're temperature happy. Here, just lay it down for a second. As it's like half hanging off of my table. Well, not half, but more of it is hanging over the edge than I'm necessarily happy about. Put it that way. Alright, just getting the edge here. Might be a little difficult to see. I don't really only have the one camera hooked up. I'm not sure if I can have the second one hooked up. I don't know if I have that many ports available on my computer at the moment. Plugs available. Number one. Number two, I don't know where it is. I thought maybe the husband was going to try to use it for something and I had given it to him. But then he didn't end up using it, and I don't know if he gave it back or if it went in one of our buckets of wires. Storage is a bit willy-nilly here, so if we ever end up moving, when we're going through everything deciding what we can cram into our vehicle, we'll be going through a lot of our shit and getting rid of stuff and reorganizing. I'm sure we'll find it then. Like, I really need to go through our one's supply storage area. Let's see if there's stuff in there that we're not going to use again. See about donating it somewhere or something. I also find the second I donate something, like 2 months later, I'm looking for it. I'm like, didn't we have the thing? Because now I need it. Or I want to do something with it, and didn't remember that we donated it. So again, I'm doing the edges in case it gets displayed without a frame, or so it can be displayed without a frame. I mean, since this isn't a gallery wrap, you would have the option of doing either. So I'm trying to keep that edge painted, shall we say. So husband pointed something out to me after we finished our Planet Zoo stream on Friday. So I need to, I know I said we were done that one building, but now I need to go back and adjust something on it, or add something to it, shall we say. Because after looking at it, he did have a point, and I'm like, yeah, I can see. Probably should add something. It won't take that long to add it. I know this isn't the most exciting stream ever, but it's something to pass the time with today. And sometimes you just need to zone out. And do a thing. And have some nice quiet time. Quiet time is always good. Although what I consider quiet time and what other people consider quiet time might be two totally different things. Normally I would have, if I wasn't streaming this, I would have music on in the background. Probably some sort of, for this, probably some sort of instrumental-y stuff. Like maybe some of my Enya or Lindsey Sterling. Something like that. Stuff that I know I can have on in the background that doesn't consume my thoughts. Where it's stuff I can tune out, where I'm not being distracted. I know that sounds weird to have music on to tune it out, but for me, sometimes silence can be deafening if there's no sound. I know no sound, a lot of people prefer it. And sometimes, once in a while, I'll prefer no sound or very little sound, but then other times it just kind of feels like it's swallowing me and I'm like, I need noise. So if I'm in one of those days where I just need a little something, I can't do that on stream because I will get DMCA'd from here to next year. And that is just a whole ass lot more trouble than I want to deal with right now. I was using Pretzel for a while, but since we're archiving the stuff on YouTube, I don't want YouTube being like, no, we don't like that. And then having to download it and edit that part out. And I already had to do that with our Mic-less Minecraft when I had the Minecraft music on in the background. Apparently 2 of the new tracks went through Sony, and Sony's like, that's ours. They didn't strike the channel, but they claimed the music, so if the channel ever does get monetized, that video won't be. So I'm like, ugh. So I had to pull the whole thing down. And I just kind of edited that part out. Hi! Or I muted that part out. Where is she?
She's fine.
Oh, you have her. Okay, she sounded like she was next to me. I find it hard to believe they're out of food.
No, I think she's just being a cuddle bug.
But if she keeps walking to the kitchen, she might want that. I don't know. She really wants to get in my bag of acrylic paint, though. Merle, what's up? Hi. What's the matter? Are you hungry? Because now you're meowing at me. Do I need to get up and check your food?
No, I'll check in a second.
Don't bite me. She does love bites sometimes. She'll walk up, and if you're petting her, or if she thinks you're not giving her enough attention, she will start smelling your leg, and then next thing you know, you have cat teeth in your leg. She might be mad at me because I'm sitting in my chair too, though. She tends to sleep in my chair now after I go to bed. Or, you know, anytime I happen to get up to go to the bathroom, or I'm gone for, 5 minutes to get up and stretch. She might just be bored, I don't know. So we have 5 cats right now. 5 indoor cats. We have Little's the youngest. We rescued her from the car wash. Came across her about 10 o'clock at night, meowing frantically at the car wash down the street from us. Took us about 45 minutes to an hour to get into a position where we could catch her. Somehow nobody else showed up at the car wash. We found it very strange that she was there by herself. she was very little, very scared, very hungry. She was trying to eat dead leaves off the ground. I think it was like October or November. I think it was November. It was starting to get cold out. And I was like, we're not leaving her out here all night. I will sit out here all night with her if I have to. And we finally managed to catch her. And we ended up bringing her home. We gave her 2 baths because she had fleas on her. And while she was drying, I was kind of scouring Facebook to see if anybody had reported missing a kitten. Couldn't find anything. And at that point, we had already pretty much decided that we were going to keep her. Because we had just lost 2 of our older cats within over the summer. And we were still very much feeling that loss. Because we had had those guys for a while. The one cat had come with us from New Jersey, and she had been a shelter cat. And the other one had been one that the husband's aunt found at her job that had been kind of previously injured or was injured, and they managed to catch him, and somehow Russell and his mom ended up with him. And it was just weird that how she appeared, and we were like, do you think it was, a gift from the other 2 that passed? I know that sounds silly, but the timing was just very strange. And the fact that nobody was out there looking for this tiny little thing that was like this big. So, over the next couple of days, I kept checking Facebook. I wasn't seeing anything on, our pounds page for the town about anybody missing a kitten or anything, and wasn't seeing anything on any of the lost and found pages. I'm like, this is just weird, right? So, we decided to, take her to the vet and get her started on her kitteny things, because we weren't entirely sure how old she was. And, she was old enough to be eating solid food, so we knew that much. Probably about a month later, I saw a post on our town's Pounds Facebook page, or animal shelter, or whatever, and they were talking about how these rescue kittens would be available for adoption soon. And I kind of looked at them and I'm like, damn, if they aren't the spitting image of what's-her-face. And didn't say where they had been rescued from. And there was no real story that got posted with that. And I was like, well, I mean, we've already decided that we're gonna keep her. So, I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. Again, I'm just getting some stuff done on the edge, which is why we are tilted up at the moment. I need to see what I'm doing. Alright. We're kind of just on the edge of the frame here. Do we need to tilt? Would that be better? Wait. I mean, it'd be a little bit easier for you guys to see, not so much for me, but I can't believe it's July already. Like, where has this year gone? I feel like I've been under a rock. But again?
Clean the fridge.
Oh, okay.
That's what that noise you may have heard was.
Oh, okay.
That was me reacting to things.
Okay. We may have lost a couple containers. My mom buys stuff and then doesn't eat it. And it just sits in the fridge, or she'll eat it once. And then we find it weeks later when we realize that the fridge is a bit out of control. And I'm like, you never ate the stuff. She's like, oh, I forgot about it. I'm like, Mom. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way. It's more comfortable for me. So, yeah, so we have 5 cats, so that's little. We have... Who are we talking to?
Your mom.
Oh.
Num-nums.
Oh, Num-Nums is around? We have Cow, who we ended up with because a supervisor at work when we were at Walmart was like, hey, my cat had kittens. And we're like, okay. And we're like, we really can't take another one right now. And he's like, no, you need to take this cat. And we're like, but he goes, if you don't, one of my wife's gonna end up giving it to one of my neighbors, and we really don't want them to have it because they're very, once the novelty wears off, they don't take care of the pets or whatever, and they're like, no, you need to take the cat. So we need an excuse not to give them this cat. So we ended up with Cow. He came pre-named. He is black and white, like a milk cow. We have Ed. I think he was named Ed when we got him. He was a shelter cat. And Mr. Peabody, I can't remember what his name was before that. We renamed him Mr. Peabody. Well, I did. Because he just his mannerisms reminded me of like a Mr. Peabody, like a, I don't know, like an English gentleman or something. It just, I wanted to name him Mr. Peabody. And those were both from the same shelter. The thing of them coming to be was that the husband and the mother-in-law had gone to the shelter to pick up a low-cost neuter application for cow. And while they were there, they had been gone a while, and they came home. I'm like, did you get the thing? And they're like, yeah. And then the mother-in-law's like, yeah, and this. And they were showing me the paperwork for the two cats. And I was like, I looked at them and I'm like, you went there to get paperwork. Did you not tell me that we couldn't get any more animals right now? And they're like, well, you know, their adoption fee was sponsored right now. And so we ended up with Ed and Mr. Peabut. And my we ended up with, because we found her one night, I guess it was early December. We had taken the trash out, because it was trash night, so it was sitting on the curb. Trash pickup was in the morning. And I had taken Momo out to potty. And it's kind of dark in our front yard. We can't really see that well. Our front porch light doesn't really throw light very far. So usually I have a flashlight when I'm out there with him. For some reason that night I didn't grab one. And usually he likes to pee on the trash bags when we put them out on the curb, and it's a quick way to get him to potty to get back inside because it was cold. And he was intently smelling the bags, and I'm like, what are you smelling? It's just the trash bags. Let's just pee, please. And I was starting to get a little annoyed because he wasn't peeing and he was being really, really interested in whatever the hell he was smelling. Like, he was like excitedly smelling tail was going. I'm like, what is your deal? And I finally took a closer look when a car's headlights went by, and I'm like, son of a bitch. And I quick pulled him back. There was a cat laying in the trash bags, like nestled down in them, sleeping, or appearing to be sleeping. And I was like, what? I was like, Russell, get out here. And he brought the flashlight, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And she didn't seem bothered by Momo smelling her. She just laid there, and we're like, what's up? So I was like, go get some food. So we got some cat food. And I'm like, this cat has to be lost, right? So we fed her, and she wasn't too sure about eating from us at first, but you know, we talked to her for a while, and we're sitting outside with her for a while, all bundled up, and we're like, okay, well, you know, we're gonna go in. And then she started meowing at the door, and we're like, oh. And we kind of looked at each other, and I'm like, it's fucking cold out. I cannot leave her outside. And we're like, yeah, but we can't bring her in because we don't know her vet status, if she's sick. Like, we don't know. But we had our puppy kennel, so we quick got the other cats locked in the bathroom, and I think we put the dogs in the mother-in-law's room or something so that we could open the front door. because she wasn't letting us pick her up, but she definitely wanted to come in. So we opened the front door and we set up a litter box out of a cardboard box and a blanket. I think it was an old piece of guinea pig cage fleece that we weren't using. And got some food and water. And she came in and we coaxed her into the kennel and shut the door. And she curled up and was just chilling in there, and I'm like, okay. And we let the other guys out, and of course they were all over the cage smelling and stuff, and she wasn't too upset about being in there all night, but we couldn't have her running loose through the house not knowing her medical status and everything and all that, and we didn't want our guys causing problems, and we also didn't know if she was fixed or anything. So our animal control only was available certain hours of the day, so the next morning we called animal control. This cat didn't growl at all in our presence until animal control came and went to remove her from our temporary holding kennel that we had her in all night. Then they got growly, and Russell's like, oh, that's interesting. So we don't know what that was about, but she was none too pleased about being removed from here. And she ended up at the town pound. And they posted on Facebook, somebody missing this cat. And the lady running the pound was like, I really don't want this cat to be here for the holidays, because I guess nobody claimed her after a week. Because they usually do a 5-day hold, and if you don't claim your animal, then they're going to put it up for adoption. Because we have a big problem with people dumping animals here. A big problem. Because it's sort of like a rural, not too rural. I mean, it's half farming community, half suburb. But there's a lot of back roads that people have been coming out to dump animals. Don't know if they've been stolen and they're dumping them, or if they're just like, I can't take care of you and I'm dumping you, instead of, doing it the right way and turning them over and relinquishing them to the pound so they have a better chance. They're just, dumping them out here. There's predators out here. There's coyotes, there's snakes and shit. Don't dump your animal. Turn them over. Pay the damn relinquishing fee, so at least they have a better chance at finding another home. Our town's pound is a no-kill shelter. If you're that worried about it, then take them to a no-kill shelter. There's a few around. Or call a rescue and see if they can take them. I mean, they understand that people's circumstances change. I mean, it sucks. And, but at least be responsible and be like, hey, it's not that I don't want them, I can't take them where I'm going, or this was, so-and-so's animal in my family and they've passed away, and where I live, I can't take the animal in. Just don't be an ass about it and just be like, well, good luck. I mean, they don't understand what's going on. Don't be a dick. We've had numerous animals in the past like 2 weeks dumped. Like, people witnessed a car slowing down, an animal being put out of the vehicle, and then the vehicle leaving with the animal chasing the vehicle. Like, it was obviously they were dumped, but they didn't manage to get, like, the vehicle's plates. But don't be doing that shit. Take responsibility. I mean, if you don't have the money for the relinquishing fee, maybe you can work something out. With the shelter, or maybe they can direct you to somewhere that, you know, can help you. But damn, just don't do that. That's not right. If we had the room and the money, we would, like, take all of the longest sheltery stuck guys. But we just don't have the room, and we don't have the money. Like, I think we'd have to have a couple of acres to do that. To at least have a big enough house to have different areas of the house set up for, you know, just a cat area, or these cats don't mind dogs, or, you know, whatever. Okay, so we're getting there on this first base color. So like I was saying, this project will probably take a few weeks, and that's okay. So I'm not sure if we're gonna do the flamingo in the weird shapes, or if we're gonna paint the flamingo solid. That I haven't decided yet. I don't know. Like, this color that we're putting down now is like background colors, so we might paint the flamingo solid. Maybe. Just so we don't lose sight of the shape of the flamingo. It might get a little too busy if we try to do them in little shapy increments. Quite possibly. I thought there was a fuzz in there. So that's, what's that? That's, oh yeah, so, got distracted in my story and didn't finish it. So, she got turned over to the pound, and I guess nobody claimed her. And the lady that runs the pound was really pushing for her to get adopted because it was coming on Christmas and she didn't want the cat in the pound for Christmas. She's like, this is a senior, and we were like, oh, we didn't know how senior she was, but she was referring to her as a senior. She was missing a couple of teeth that we didn't realize either. And we felt bad because we had turned her over after she kind of chose to land here, essentially. So we messaged the lady and we're like, hey, because like we were really tight budget wise, really tight. It was either adopt the cat or Christmas dinner. It was that kind of tight budget. So Russell's like, hey, we're the ones that turned the cat in. We found her outside and, you know, nestled in some garbage bags on our curb. If nobody, like, we don't have the money to for the adoption fee right now. We won't have it till next month. If nobody wants, or if nobody adopts her by then, you know, we'll take her. We just won't have the adoption fee money till next month. And the lady's like, I really don't want this cat in here for the holidays. She deserves to have a home. So she's like, I'll waive the adoption fee. You can come get her right now. And we're like, oh, okay, if you're sure. And she's like, yeah, I really don't want the cat to spend the holidays in the pound. So she waived the adoption fee. And within the next, like, 2 days or something, we went and picked her up. And then we found out that one of our male cats is obsessed with her. They went to fix her and found out she had already been fixed. Which was interesting. So we don't know if she got lost or if... We don't know. She wasn't chipped. We don't know her story. But, she's very well mannered and very quiet. So we don't know if she belonged to an elderly person and circumstances changed and Kitty was like, have fun, and, you know, tossed on their own or what, but...
For awareness, your mother is having me drive her to Walmart.
For what?
A couple things, half and half, shit like that.
Did she do dinner yet?
No. They're just gonna microwave.
Okay. I usually have to wait for them to do dinner before I can do our dinner, so... Husband doesn't seem too thrilled about that. It'll be hot as hell out, and she's like, yeah, can you take me to the store? And we're like, right now? Like, you couldn't have asked, like, earlier in the day. You're gonna ask it, like, when people are in there getting shit for dinner. When it's crowded. Oi. Yeah, so that's how we ended up with her. And so after a little while, we realized one of the male cats was obsessed with her. So we had to separate them. So that obsessive male cat now spends, they split their time between the mother-in-law's room. It wasn't a big deal when the mother-in-law was here, because the mother-in-law was in her room all the time. So, you know, somebody was in there with them. But now that the mother-in-law is away on this, spending X number of months not here, we can't have her in there by herself, because that's not fair. So we rotate them through the day. And Russell sleeps in there at night, so that she doesn't, most nights he sleeps in there. Just like this week, he spent a couple nights out here. But, for the most part, he sleeps in there with her, so she doesn't have a meltdown. And, she's out here during the day, most of the day, wandering around. And then, you know, male cat will go in there and hang out for most of the day. He's usually napping, so he doesn't really care. And then he gets to spend all night out here, roughhousing with the boys, the rest of the boys. So that's how we do, because we didn't realize this was a problem until after we had had the obsessive male cat for some time, and he was here before she was, and we weren't gonna shuffle her off to upend her world again if we didn't have to. So it's a little inconvenient, but it's the fairest thing we can do without upending everybody's world and all that. So gotta do what you gotta do to make things work. Just rinsing our brush a little bit. I might put some more of this down. I don't know. I mean, we don't have that much further to go with this color. So I'm kind of hesitant to put more out. But what I do have out is starting to dry a bit. Not completely dry, but no, the husband grabbed his keys, and if he just disappears on me, I get nervous. For reasons, probably not the reasons that you would automatically think. But I like to know where he is if I haven't seen him in a little bit. Let's say for mental health reasons, I need to know where he is. If it's been like 15 minutes and I haven't seen him, and he didn't say that he was going to do something, just so I don't worry. And it's more his mental health than mine that I worry. So some days are rougher than others. This seems to be an okay day. Not a good day, not a bad day, but somewhere in between at the moment. I mean, that could very much change, but at the moment it seems to be idle, shall we say. And I'm sorry I'm being slightly vague and slightly cryptic, but those that get it, get it. And I'm more than comfortable with him going and doing stuff. Like if he needs to run to the store, or if he needs to go do something, you know, I don't have to be up his ass 24/7. But it's just when I believe that he is X or should have been back by now and he's not. Like, if I think he should have been up by a certain time, Or if, like, for example, he was running a D&D game X day, and I woke up and he wasn't in our room running said game, and didn't look like his computer had been touched since I went to bed, then I start to worry. And I'm like, where are you? I'm like, what's wrong? You had a D&D game. It's usually how I can tell it's a bad day. Or somebody canceled and he just decided to try to sleep in. And I didn't know because I was asleep. Or sometimes a parental needs him to go to the store. And I woke up and didn't know that he wasn't home. And got a little, what the fuck's going on? Where are you? But he knows I have my reasons. He knows why I have those reasons. And he understands. And he's okay with it. He doesn't get mad about it. So, I mean, that's good. Alright. So, have we been streaming for 2.5 hours? Yes. Have we been painting little blue squares? Or triangle-y shapes in all that time? Yes, we have. I feel like we should be further. But at the same time, we were also fussing over color and trying to find a brush that I was happy with. Oh yeah, that's starting to get a little clumpy. So that section of paint is starting to dry, it looks like. Maybe we can put just a drop or two down of this color. So this is what we're using. It's Anita's all-purpose acrylic. This is the stuff you're gonna find in the craft section, not necessarily the artist section, fine art section. Like, this is the stuff that you would find probably near, like, the one-stroke painting stuff, or like down near the stencils, or like the unfinished wood projects that are already built that you can you know, paint and decorate however you so choose. Sorry, I'm distracted. I saw some water, or what I thought was water, and it was on the ferrule. And it was distracting me. was like, please don't drip all the way down. I had actually laid down early last night because I'm like, oh, maybe I can actually get up early for me and we can start early. And yeah, that didn't happen. I laid there forever. I was tired, but I wasn't that tired, but my head was kind of hurting. So I was like, I don't want this to be a whole ass thing. So I was like, alright, I'll just lay down. And I was still awake come like 4:30. I think I'd laid down around 1, and I'm like, of course I'm still awake. So I took some ibuprofen because the headache situation wasn't improving. And wasn't sure if the headache was because I was tired or what. But don't remember when I finally did fall asleep. I don't know, it might have been 5:30 or so. Maybe. I woke up. Husband was he still in bed? Or had he gotten up at that point? I think he was up at that point. And I looked at what time it was, and it was like 9:30. And I was like, oh, this ain't happening. So, I went back to sleep and woke up, and he was sitting at his computer, I think. I was like, what time is it? And he's like, 11:30. And I was like, And I rolled over onto my back because I was like, alright, I should probably start trying to get up so we can start early so we can have more time to work today. And I tend to not sleep on my back because it will sometimes make my headaches worse. I opened my eyes and I was like, what? I woke up to a weird smell and I'm like, what the hell is the smell? It kind of smelled like, I don't know what it's called. Is it creamed beef, corned beef? The SOS stuff, the shit on a shingle. That's what it smelled like to me at first. And I'm like, who the hell? I don't even think we had the stuff to make that. Chipped beef, whatever it is. I'm like, wait. I'm like, what? I was very confused. So I kind of, and while I'm laying there trying to figure out what the fuck I'm smelling, because it changed smells a couple of times as I was laying there, then I realized, oh fuck, I'm on my back. And I was like, oh shit. So I was trying to test the headache waters because I was like, oh, how incapacitated are we? And it wasn't too bad at the moment, and I was like, okay. So I very blearily and fuzzily got up and just making sure I'm paying attention to where my line is. Got up and I noticed he was missing, and I'm like, maybe he's making sausage gravy? I don't know. So I went out into the kitchen and I'm like, what are you doing? I was so confused. I'm like, what are you making? And then I saw it. I'm like, oh, that's what the smell was. And he goes, yeah, the smell didn't match what he was eating at all. And I'm just so confused. I was like, okay. He's like, are you all right? And I'm like, yeah, I think so. And I just, whatever happened between 11:30 and then, I passed the fuck out. Because I had a really hard time functioning when I woke up that time, and I don't know, unless it was because I was on my back and whatever, and my neck gets angry about it, so I was, like, my last thoughts that I remember having before opening my eyes again were, oh, the back of my head's kind of tingling, I really need to not be laying like this, I need to get up. And then I don't remember anything till I snapped awake at the smell. And I was kind of trying desperately to wake up and trying to clean up my desk because I didn't get to finish doing that last night, and trying to get set up for today. And then he's like, hey, I was like, you didn't swap the cats. He's like, yeah, I know, I'm waiting to finish the laundry, because he's like, I had to wash the blankets and the sheets and stuff off the bed in there. It's been a while since I've done it. He's like, can you help me with the cats then? I figured I would just swap them when I go to take the bedding back in, so I don't have to worry about the female getting out of the bedroom unexpectedly. And I was like, do you know, because I have an art stream, do you know how long it's gonna be? He goes, well, it was still drying the last time I checked. So I was like, alright. So I was kind of trying to wake up and trying to finish setting up, and I was like, oh, I need my paint plate, and then I was like, oh, we need to clean the paint plate. And just as I was rinsing my water cups to get the dust out of them and starting to wet down the paint plate to clean it, he's like, hey, can you help me with the cats, while he's standing there with an armful of blankets. I'm like, yeah, hold on. I was like, I have to put this stuff down, and I have to go get the other cat. It's gonna be a minute. So we were delayed partially due to laundry and partially due to me not being fully functioning when I woke up. But I had to clean that plate, this plate. I actually had to break out one of my plastic palette knives and scrape it, because some of that stuff was not budging with my fingernails, and all I was doing was getting paint stuck under them. I usually have like a water bottle lid that I use to scrape it, but it was pretty stuck on there, and I'm like, let me just see if I have a palette knife here. And I have a couple metal ones, but they're flimsy. So I was like, yeah, let's just use the hard plastic one. I don't use them for what they're supposed to be used for anyway. I'm not even sure why I have them. I think they came with a set of brushes I had picked up one time that turned out to be shitty brushes. So I just kind of kept those, and I sometimes use them from time to time, but I was like, you know what, this has a pretty good sized edge on it. It'll probably be faster to clean this if I use that. I am still in frame, right? I just kind of happened to have that thought of, I don't know if we're in frame. My camera's crooked. Or am I crooked? I don't know. Could be the camera. Could be me. My head sits slightly askew. Or I hold it slightly askew. it naturally rests leaning to one side at this point. So like all of my school pictures, my head's tilted to the one side. But I also have scoliosis, so it could be partially that. Because, you know, I don't know what the fuck happened with me. It's like this ever-running list of being failed by the system. I don't know. Like, they have these checks and balances in places in schools. You know, they did, like, the scoliosis checks all the time. And, apparently, my doctor at the time when I was in grade school was also the doctor for the school that would come in and, you know, oversee some of the stuff that they would test us for. Like, usually it was just the school nurse doing the scoliosis check. Sometimes he would come in and do it, I guess, if there was a lot of us that had to get done at one time, or I don't know, sometimes he would just be there for stuff. And he totally knew I had scoliosis, and he's like, well, just try to stand up straight. That was what he told me. And I'm like, if I could, I would be. So I found it very odd. And that's just what he kept telling me, and I'm just like, okay. Obviously it's not working because you've been telling me to do this for a couple of years now. When I got to high school and I had to go through physicals and stuff, I ended up at a different doctor. I think my other doctor had retired or at that point, and plus I think I had aged out of, well, no, he saw adults too, so no, I think he had just retired. So I ended up at a different doctor. I think it was actually my mom's arthritis doctor or something, but he said he could do the physical, so we're like, fine, whatever. And he was checking my scoliosis, and he was looking at it, and he's like, come with me. And he took me to another office that was upstairs in the medical building. And my mom came with us, and I'm like, what the or he told my mom we would be right back. And he took me up to somebody up there. Oh no, that was for my ear. That's right. I guess there was an ear, nose, and throat specialist or something on the floor above him. And he's like, hey. He just like barges into this dude's doctor's office with me in tow. There's patients waiting in the waiting room. And he just kind of walks right in with me and walks up to the counter and talks to, I guess, whatever nurse receptionist was sitting there. He's like, yeah, I need to talk to him. And so he comes out and he's talking to him, and he's like, I need you to check her ear. We'll get back to the scoliosis story in a second. I forgot that this was a different thing that happened. And so he's making me look at my ear, and he's like, what? And the other dude seemed kind of confused. He's like, no, I need you to look at her ear, because he wasn't sure what he was seeing. So he thought he saw what he was seeing, but he didn't. He was in a state of astonishment, and I'm like, oh god. And I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? I'm already really nervous with doctors to begin with. I'm like, what fresh hell is this? So he sorry, I've got something in my eye, or my eye started to get allergy watery or something. So they take me back into one of the exam rooms there, and I'm like, what the fuck? And so he's looking in my ear, and he looked at the one, and he's like, huh? And then he looked at the other one, and then he looked back in the first one again, and he's like, does your ear hurt? And I'm like, should it? And I'm like, what? Not really. Not right now. And I'm like getting nervous because I'm like, why are we so obsessed with my ear all of a sudden? Like I'm like, what's happening? And they were just both kind of like mystified. And they were both kept looking at my ear, and he's like, really, your ear doesn't hurt? And I'm like, not right now. I'm like, why? Nobody would tell me why. And then he's like, so you have a hole in your ear, but it's covered over with scar tissue. And they couldn't understand why my ear didn't hurt. And I'm like, I don't know what you guys want me to say. It doesn't hurt right now. I mean, maybe sometimes it does, but not right now. Like, I was so confused. I'm like, what do you people want from me? And, it was just wild. And they're like, you somehow had an ear injury that had to have hurt. But, like, they're like, it's a pretty big hole. And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm so sound sensitive sometimes. And I'm having trouble remembering when I was on the plane for the first time. I was on a plane for the first time. 'Cause that hurt. But I feel like that trip happened after this visit. Like, I feel like that was something that happened after this. It could have been... Well, no, that would have happened after that visit, too. So the only things that I could possibly think of to explain how the hole in my ear happened were events that had happened well after they found it, kind of deal. So I don't really know what they wanted from me, and I'm just like, I got nothing. Like, I don't know what you want. So that was fun, but I do remember the first time I flew. Takeoff was okay. It didn't really bother me. I mean, my ears were a little poppy during the flight, and I was scared shitless because, you know, first time flying. But when we went to land, oh, holy hell. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know if the scar tissue hole reopened. I don't know what. But that was some pain. That should be the other color. Dang it, that should be the other color. Alright, that's alright. We can fix that. Because we still have to fix a couple of those in the middle when we get to that color. So, sorry, we're going to be tilted up again here. Just for a little bit. But, yeah, that hurt so bad. I couldn't hear for about 20 minutes. When we landed, my sister, this was before she disowned me, was with me, and she was talking to me, and I had no idea what the fuck she was saying. I was just following her because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I could see her mouth moving, and I'm just kind of looking at her, and I'm like, I can't hear you. But there was like all kinds of like pressure in my ears, or in my one ear specifically, and I'm just kind of looking at her, and I'm like, what? But it seemed like everything sounded really far away and really loud at the same time. Like it sounded like you were like in a crowded stadium or cafeteria where there was all this like background kerfluffle, and you couldn't really make out what anybody was saying. It finally started to calm down, I think, by the time we got to baggage claim. I could start to hear her. And then by the time we were going to get the rental car, I could finally hear her. I'm like, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear a damn thing you were saying. Like, my ear hurt really bad, and like, it wasn't just one side. Like, I couldn't hear out of either ear, but the one side hurt the most. It was the damnedest thing. Never knew what happened there. It didn't do it again, ever. So, like, coming home, it didn't do it. And I've flown a few times since then. Not many, but a few. Never did it since, so I don't know. Another odd Niseyism, I guess. But, my ear will tend to ache from time to time now. But, anyhow, so her arthritis doctor was looking at my scoliosis. And then he's like, I need you to go upstairs, and you're going to give them this paper. And I want them to do full body x-ray. And I just kind of looked at him. I'm like, what? He's like, I want to see how bad this curve is. He's like, so they're going to do a full body x-ray. And I'm like, okay. So they x-rayed my back. And they x-rayed my hips. And they were x-raying my legs. And I came back. And he was talking for a little bit. And I don't know who the hell he bribed, but he got the tech on the phone the second I came back in the office. And he was talking to them. And he's like, okay. So then he starts talking to us again. He goes, so your hips are misaligned. And I'm like, what? He goes, your spine is so curved now that your hips, one sits higher than the other. He goes, not by a huge amount, but by enough where it could be an issue. And he goes, if you try to have a kid, you're probably going to have to do a C-section. Because I think they were like 1/4 of an inch misaligned or something at that point. And I guess he figured it would just get worse from there. And he's like, so be prepared, you will probably have to do C-section because of this. And I'm like, okay, that's scary. And he goes, so one of your legs on the x-ray, because of this, is actually presenting like it's 1/4 of an inch or 1/8 of an inch, something like that. The one leg looked longer than the other on the x-ray because of the curvature. And he just kind of looked at me. He goes, and he kind of sighed, and he's like he didn't know what to do. Excuse me. Like, he didn't know what to do. And he's like, you know, if it was anybody, he goes, if you were even like a year younger or 2 years younger, he's like, I would put you in a back brace immediately. However, with your age, what it is now, at this very moment. He goes, there's no point. He goes, your bones are pretty much set at this point. He goes, putting you in a corrective brace is not gonna fix this. And I'm like, and I just kind of looked at him, I'm like, really? Like, he's like, no. He goes, he's like, I can't fix this with just a back brace. You're just gonna have to deal with it now. And I'm like, oh good. Oh good. And I was so mad at the other doctor. And I'm like, well, nobody would put me in one earlier or sooner. And I'm like, the other doctor told me to just stand up straight. And I think he was kind of mystified by that. He goes, what? I was like, this has been a thing for a while. Like this is not something somebody just found out existed. Like, we knew I've had this for some time. And the other doctor's like, just stand up straight. And I'm like, senile old man, what the hell? I don't know why the first one never put me in one, but it only got worse from there, so I'm pretty sure I probably have like a pinched nerve or a partially pinched nerve now in my shoulder. And my heavy-ass book bag through high school certainly didn't help matters. And I think I definitely now feel the hip misalignment. I didn't before. It was never an issue before. And I can't for the life of me remember which leg it was. But I think I know which leg it is now. Because if we're doing a lot of walking, my one hip feels like it's starting to grind when I'm walking, like, and it'll start to hurt. So I'm like, oh good, oh good. The gift that keeps on giving. So I'm just like, please stop. But yeah, so that's all sorts of fun. Like, there's like all these like checks and balances. I'm like, why the hell didn't anybody just put me in the damn back brace then? They're like, well, I don't know. It was like a shrug of everybody's shoulders. Well, I don't know why this person didn't do that. And I'm like, so I'm stuck now? That dude's long since dead. The first doctor. You know, I don't know if the second doctor was blowing smoke and the brace would have done something. But it was his opinion at that time that he didn't think it would do anything. Right or wrong, I don't know. So now I have a shitty back, a shitty neck. Old scar tissue from a hole in my ear. But oddly enough, the only bones I have ever broken were my pinky toes. and like my ring toe. The pinky and the one next to it. The only bones I've ever broken. Ever. To this point in my life. Were those toes. Oh, we've got some paint buildup in there. I can see that. Okay. Alrighty. I feel bad that I didn't end up touching that other splotch after I put it down, but you know. shit happens. Okay, so let's come back over. Ow. To this side here. And I almost kind of want to zoom us in a bit more. I'm sorry we're still sideways, but this is what's kind of working for me at the moment. Okay, so let's come on back into here. And this is not a step that you would need to do necessarily. This is what I'm doing. So this is Morning Blue from Anita's. The first color was Brilliant Blue. But it was either going to end up being a second coat on the blue, on the Brilliant Blue, or a pass with this Morning Blue. And we're probably going to end up not staying in our lines as it is. I could never stay in the lines in the coloring books. Never, never, never. I would try so hard. When my cousin would babysit me, she would like sit there and color with me sometimes. And she would make her color book pages look so good, and mine would just look like such a hot mess. No matter how hard I tried to stay in the lines, the lines would be oh so jagged and messy. But I also can't cut on a straight line either. I can't draw a straight line to save my life. Even with a ruler, it's still pretty crooked. I don't know how I managed to do it, but I do. But again, it doesn't matter if we are a little bit jagged in this, at this point, at this stage of the game, because we're gonna come back with our black paint and clean up those edges when we get there. So I am finding that this brush works better with a little bit of water in it. The paint seems to flow out of it a little bit better, and that's fine. I mean, it is technically a liner brush, or it's supposed to be, at least a series of round brushes. But I've noticed when the brush is like just recently damp, those first few strokes, it flows pretty good. This is a very stiff brush, not stiff like the hog hair brushes, but it's definitely It feels a little stiffer than maybe the Taklons. But it reminds me of like the Taklon synthetic guys. Now, I don't care that I've got all these brush strokes showing now and that it's going to be a little bit streaky. It's adding to the look of it with the other color seeping up through. So I'm okay with that. My canvas is a little, ever so slightly warped, it feels like. Not terribly so, but the one corner's not sitting completely flat. So those of you that do physical painting, do you prefer stretched canvas or canvas panels? I'm not too partial to the panels. Like, they're okay, but I find they damage super easy. The couple that I've had, like, you sneeze and the corners dent. Definitely have to be gentle with them. So yeah, as it's drying, like, I mean, this one's like really, like, the blue's really coming through. I don't know if that one was still a little damp when we added the other one on there. But we'll see. I think I just need to keep this a little bit thin. I need to try to keep some water in my brush there. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn this again. Sorry. Angle's gonna be a little weird. So it worked in one direction, it doesn't seem to want to work in the other now. And I realized I totally went after the wrong one. But that's okay. Like, I don't want this super runny. I don't want it like, I don't want it the consistency of a wash. I just want to make sure I've got a little bit of water mixed into this. Alright, so that might be the way we want to go, is just making sure that this is got some water in there. I swear, whenever I want these band-aids to come off, they won't come off. And this one today is just like, I'm not gonna stick. Just not feeling the stickage today. What's everybody's plans for this coming week? Does anybody have any plans? Anybody doing anything exciting? Yeah, we're not really doing anything exciting here. The grandest thing that I'm probably doing this week is probably going food shopping. Fretting over bills. And getting some house chores caught up, essentially. Husband doesn't handle the heat well, and his anxiety on top of it, so we don't really go anywhere. Like, it's a big deal for us if we go somewhere. Sometimes that's just getting to the grocery store is a big deal. Depending on the day. Oh, sorry, my arm's laying across here. Oh, I'm not even in frame anymore. Sorry about that. I tend not to zoom in a lot of the time. Because then I forget that I zoomed in quite that far. I'm just getting some water mixed into that. Alright, so where are we? We're about here. Everything okay? Because you left and came back.
Yes, your ice cream is in the freezer.
Oh.
And your mother got some more cones.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I need to make you dinner?
No, I have no clue what I'm going to do. Don't worry about it.
And I could try to do pizza.
Yeah, it's too late for that.
Yeah, it is.
Probably save it anyhow.
Yeah, if I made that now, we wouldn't be eating till like 9 o'clock.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What's up?
So if I do pizza dough now, we probably wouldn't
Don't
be eating till 9.
Can't guarantee I can eat it today. It's okay.
Oh, it's one of those days. Okay. Yeah, so as we're drying, we're getting varying degrees of the other shades kind of coming up through. I have trouble letting my brush strokes show. Sometimes I get a little obsessed if it's not like a smooth, solid color, so sometimes you will see me go back and obsessively try to fix something, and I'm trying to get better about that. because I think here it's gonna look better with the unevenness and slightly streakiness that we have going on. It's gonna be a little bit before we get to adding the black colors in. Sorry, I forgot this one was like right on the edge of the camera there. Now I might end up doing the areas of the beak that are supposed to be black as a dark gray. But we'll see. Just so it doesn't get too lost in there. So let's see, let me move this up a bit so I know where the heck we're at here. And I am still adding a little bit of water into this shade just to thin it down a little bit. Because I do want this other color coming up through it. So sometimes these transparent colors, not really transparent, but the thinness, shall we say, on this type of paint can work to your advantage sometimes. Okay. So let's see here, where am I at? So okay, this one's still in frame. I have been noticing, at least with this one, a couple of the bristles or hairs are so stiff, shall we say, that I'm seeing a couple of them not want to necessarily flex with the rest of them. It's not terrible, and I can work with it. It's just something to think about with these guys. but they're not bad. They are getting the job done. Or at least this little guy is. Let's try to get some of the excess knocked off of there. We did pick up a bit more than I was necessarily looking for. I mean, I've certainly had brushes that have behaved a little bit better. And have been a little bit more even and smoother. But these aren't bad. If I really wasn't happy, I would have grabbed a different brush by now. Alright. So you're gonna hear clicking in the background. That's gonna be husband typing. Who are you talking to?
Tyler.
You guys doing anything tonight?
I have no idea at this point.
Okay. Are you ready for Tuesday?
Oh, yeah.
So Tuesday is D&D day, which is why we don't stream anything on Tuesday. That and, you know, you need a day for not streaming to at least catch up on any personal projects or house chores or, you know, a day off just, you know, to do whatever. And to give the voice a rest. But sometimes we'll do mic-less Minecraft, which isn't that intense. I play that on peaceful mode. We're just kind of dicking around, building, watching me run back and forth, forgetting the stuff that I needed to grab to work on whatever the heck it is I'm currently working on. Which is always fun. I'll get halfway back to where I'm building and be like, crap, I forgot to grab this. And I have to run all the way back to get it. But, I'll do that a lot on Monday and Tuesday. If I'm done. If I get done stream prep for Wednesday. We'll see. I'm a bit behind for Wednesday right now. Partially due to the fact that I was on the podcast yesterday. So I normally would have used the time between I wake up on Saturday and the show to get some stream prep in for Wednesday. However, I had a max level article I had to write. Fortunately, it was just a statement, so it didn't take too much time. But by the time I got that squared away with and was doing show prep, I didn't really have time to do any stream prep for me, so that's what we're going to be doing tonight at some point after I feed myself and do some dishes. Okay, so yes, I definitely like the look of this slightly watered down. On top of this bright, obnoxious blue. I'm gonna tilt this up just for a quick minute here. Just so I can see this side. So sorry you'll get to look at my way zoomed in desktop. So this thing is just a placemat from the Dollar Tree, because my desk is falling apart. I had put painter's tape down, which isn't supposed to be that sticky, right? And I had been using it to hold something in place that I was transferring or something at the time. I can't remember why I had it down, but I was using it to hold some art project in place so it wasn't sliding all over, because I needed it to stay lined up. And I went to pull the painter's tape off, and the whatever this is covering the desk decided to come up with the painter's tape, and I was like, why did that just happen? So my desk is not the prettiest surface. We've got all sorts of things. This kind of looks like a pterodactyl from like the Flintstones. I'm half tempted, since the desk is already pretty much destroyed anyway, or at least the surface of it. I'm half tempted to either get some paint or some colored pencils and to start painting in these, or coloring in these spots. Sorry, we're gonna get some edgy stuff here, so you're not gonna see what I'm doing real well here at the moment. I'll start coloring in these shapes on the desk. I have one, but it's I colored in the one, but it's off camera. The box and the book that my one monitor is sitting on, because I don't have a monitor shelf. I'm using that as an impromptu monitor shelf, are covering it. So I know this part's boring because you guys can't really see what the heck I'm doing. Oh, there we go. If we tilt this way, if we get tilted this way, and if I hold it forward far enough, then we can kind of see when my hand's not in the way. And I don't want to just come back and get this later, because I'm gonna forget to come back and get this later. And then I'll be going to seal everything, and I'm like, damn it, we didn't do it. So, just gonna take a minute of fussing. Sorry, I thought I put my hands in the wet paint, and for a second I thought I rubbed it all off there. I was like, ah, shit. But it's okay. All good. I mean, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal if I had gotten my hand in there. I just didn't know if I had to retouch it. And actually, come to think of it, oh, no, that side's pretty good. Okay. Alright, let's Why is my camera crooked? Why? Stop that. Like, my camera physically looks crooked on my monitor, but if I straighten it out, then the picture coming in looks crooked. My monitor is sitting on an angle, so everything is fighting me today. It would seem. We're not even in frame. I moved that so that you guys could see. And then I try to fix it. Alright. So it's giving it kind of almost, not really like a stonewashed denim look, but kind of. Ever so slightly. Alright, this one's changing color entirely. So we're not gonna worry about that one right now. I might go back in and do a layer of white paint over that one. Okay. A little bit more water here. And I'm not like putting huge amounts of water, I'm just dipping my brush kind of like part way in. And then just using whatever water it pulls out to mix into the next amount of paint that I'm working with. So I had pulled colors out potentially for the watery area, but we're not going to get to water today. I think we're just going to do the sky area today. I always underestimate how much time stuff is gonna take to get through. Sorry, my stomach growled totally distracted me. My stomach loves to growl at like the worst times. I'd be that kid in class whose stomach was growling loudly during a test when the entire room was quiet, and I'm like holding my stomach and I'm like, stop growling. It got to the point where I was like smuggling candy in my pockets, just, you know, or cough drops even. So I'm like, here, stomach, think that I'm eating something, okay? You need to shut up. Like, some of it was nerves and some of it was because I had such a hard time eating when I first woke up, as I'm like trying to rush out the door to school. Like, I can't eat when I first wake up. I need a little bit of time. Like, we need to start out with some liquids first, and then we can eat a little bit later. I think in high school, our first, like, we had to be in the building. Like, I think homeroom started at, like, 7:30. Which, you know, that's kind of early. But I lived, like, within 10 minutes of the school, so I was one of the lucky ones. That school bussed in from all over. So some of the kids, damn, I need more caffeine. Some of the kids would be on the bus for like an hour and a half. So that had to super suck. And honestly, the high school wasn't all that great. I think it was more about, I think the kids that got bussed in that far, it was more of a sports program thing. Because a lot of the kids on the sports teams, not all of them, but a lot of them were from further away. It was a Catholic high school, so they could get away with that shit. With busing in from quite that far. There's one hair in here. Like when I go like this, it's like all out there by its lonesome. I think that's the hair that's giving me so much trouble here. If I can isolate that guy, I'm going to trim him out. Or at least trim him shorter. So remember this one where, oh, I thought that was dry. It was dry enough. Touch my white paint. This guy's gonna get removed because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start doing like one drop of paint at a time with it being summer. Like one drop of paint spreads pretty far out of these bottles. Because this stuff is drying really quick with how warm it is. And oh, this dude and his vehicle, there's a couple, every town has them, those obnoxious idiots. And one of the car washes in town that seems to be the most popular is like 3 doors down from where we live, and somebody regularly will drive down there and sit in the car wash brick bays and just rev their engine as hard as they can, multiple times as they can, to be obnoxious as they can. And you can tell from the tone of the rev, it's the same vehicle every time. A couple of guys at one point got tickets for doing burnouts and trying to do donuts in the small ass parking lot down there at like midnight, 1 a.m. one night. Cops were like, no, we're not doing this unless a neighbor called and complained. Like, you gotta be quiet after 11. And then I didn't see those guys for a while, so I don't know if they got into trouble somewhere else or if they had other trouble and they just happened to do something that got them noticed. And maybe had their names run or whatever, but I think I read somewhere somebody gossiping in town that they had potentially gotten picked up for some other stuff, and I'm like, oh good. Now I don't have to listen to that at night anymore. But I think this is somebody different now that's doing it. And we've physically witnessed somebody do it one night when we went out for our walk. It was like 11 o'clock, 11:30. We were out later, and we saw them pull in, never got out of their car to wash their car, and just sat in the bay and just revved it for like 10 minutes off and on. Like, we ended up turning off of that main street, and we could still hear them like 2 blocks over. And then we heard them peel out of there. 'Cause sound travels really well at night in this town after a certain time. Most people are in bed quite early around here. I mean, there'll be some pass-through traffic, but, well, I say quite early. I'm a night shift person for the most part. Mostly kind of swing shift at the moment, like afternoon to early evening, but early morning, but I used to work grave at the casino for quite a number of years. That was the only time shift I worked there. Well, I guess one was sort of swing, although swing they kind of consider afternoon. Like, I would come in, for a while, did 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. So I still had to sleep during the day. And then for a while I was doing 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Hated that with a fucking passion. And then I was doing midnight to 8 a.m. And I just realized I don't know if that last thing we painted was in frame. Probably not. So I keep forgetting that we zoomed in. So to me, it gets eerily still around here at like between 10 and 11. And some nights you could hear a friggin' pin drop outside. That gets a little unnerving. And then when I was working at Walmart, I was doing overnight stock, so that was like 10 or 11, I think, so I think our first break was at midnight, so maybe it was 10. Yeah, I think it was 10 to 7. So I'm used to being up late, so it's very noticeable when I'm up late and there's shenanigans happening. So I'm gonna zoom us back out just a little. So you're probably gonna see all sorts of stuff on the desk as we get resized here. So this thing here, that is a collector's edition. So many people are gonna be like, how could you do that? That is a collector's edition, or from the collector's edition box, Wrath of the Lich King art book. The plastic is still on it. I never opened it. It's part of what's holding my monitor up. I'm sure there's probably a dent in the cover from the monitor sitting on it at this point, but still has the plastic on it. I doubt it's really worth anything. I think I had gotten a copy and the husband might have gotten a copy at the time, because I think one of the books we might have taken the plastic off of, and the other one we were like, well, we don't need to take the plastic off the second one. So that's kind of how that happened. Right, so I've been wanting to get into crochet to a small amount. I always see people that crochet such really cool things, and I'm like, oh god, I would like to do that, but my brain, when I watch people try to do it, it just kind of like shuts down. I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. Like, I don't know if I can get the hand movements right. But I'm sure, like, everybody that I'm watching do it, that I'm, like, so mystified by, has been doing it for years. Like, I can kind of knit to a degree. I can get the stitches on the damn needle, and I can do a basic knit stitch, and I can do a purl stitch, but that's about it. And I can cast off, but I'm terrible with my yarn tension. So depending on the thinness or thickness of the yarn, it might come out looking like a Franken scarf or something. But as far as crochet goes, my grandmother ever only taught me how to do like the basic chain, and that would be like all she had me do. And she's like, oh well, when we get enough of it, we'll sew it into like a blanket or something. I don't know if that's just the only crochet thing she knew. Like, she could knit all kinds of stuff. I couldn't really wear any of like the homemade knitted stuff because textures for me, it always felt so itchy or heavy, and I would just get upset and like have to take it off, and I'm like, no, I can't do this. So I never really got to learn too much of that. And trying to read from a pattern, I have no idea what half of that lingo is. Like, I was kind of watching a tutorial of somebody trying to teach how to crochet something. And I had the closed captioning on, and the screen had, like, I guess the pattern lingo on there, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that means. Like, I kind of thought I knew what it meant, but there was one letter where I'm like, that could either mean this or it could mean that. I mean, I'm sure it would have been better explained if I had actually been listening instead of just looking at the subtitles, but you know, I was just kind of hovering through the stuff that had been recommended to me over there. And we do have a YouTube channel. I don't live stream on the YouTube channel though. I use the YouTube channel as an archive. So most, not all, but most of the live streams that we do here end up archived over there on various playlists. And I try to get them posted mostly in order. Oh, that's what I have to do this week. I kept thinking there was something I was gonna do. I couldn't remember what it was. So when I get done getting the Demon Hunter ready for Wednesday, I finally got all of the live streams downloaded from our last needle felting project. So that I need to start editing together into the completed project needle felt, speed felt. So that's probably going to take me probably a couple of days, and I'm probably going to have to be working that off of my portable hard drive. So Adobe doesn't flip its shit. Although I think we moved all of that over to my D drive. My C drive's almost full, that's why. I think I have a gig left on my C drive. And I don't know what keeps taking up all of the room on there. I don't know if it's all the damn Windows updates or what. But we thought we had found everything that was running off of there that shouldn't have been, that we moved over to D, and I think I had freed up about 4 or 5 gigs, and I was like, okay, that should be good enough for now. And then I was working on something, and I happened to see it's like red and warning me that I have like 1 gig left. I'm like, where the fuck did the rest of it go? I don't know if it's cookies. Maybe I need to clear my cookie history or my cache again. Chrome does take up a lot of shit. Like, if you've ever turned a task manager on and looked at how much is actually running sometimes, it's a little scary, because it's like, I literally don't have anything open on my computer. What is happening? Or I'll have like 3 tabs open for Chrome. And it's like 38% of your processing memory, and I'm like, what? It's not even a window that's doing anything, really. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're getting there. Again, this first layer, or the background color, the sky color, I did have to kind of change gears partway through, but I kind of like this weird little thing that we got going here at the moment with the different shades of blue here. Hi, Momo. Is Zuzu in the dog bed?
Yes.
Momo was trying to pull my clothes off of the shelf again. I don't have another pillow that I can give him to lay on. And I feel so bad because Momo doesn't want to get on the bed. He's scared of the bed since he fell off of it and hurt himself. And I mean, I don't blame the pupper. But we have a shelf that we have our clothes folded on that they're currently in wearing rotation. We don't really have a closet. The stuff we're currently not wearing, like our colder weather stuff, I have in a storage container. And I keep finding my clothes that were on the bottom shelf, like, strewn all over the floor, and I'm like, what is happening? Why are the clothes all over the floor? Like, I'll come back, I'll pick them all up, I'll refold them, I'll put them back on the shelf where they were, and then like a day later they're all pulled out. I thought the cats were doing it at first, but Momo's doing it. Russell saw him do it. I'm not that surprised because he was always a bit cat-like with where he wanted to lay. There were a couple of times where he was younger, somehow, and I don't know how, our hamper that we were throwing our clothes in that needed to get washed, it didn't have a lid on it or anything. It was just like an open basket kind of deal. He somehow managed to jump into it and was laying on the stuff that was on the top because it was pretty crammed full. We hadn't done laundry in a little bit. And I didn't even notice he was there at first. He was just chilling. And I went to turn around to walk out of the room to do something, and then there he was. And I'm like, buddy, why are you there? And they're obsessed with this box that we had gotten a hay delivery in for the guinea pigs when we had them. And we had an extra pillow, I guess. Or Russell didn't like that pillow. He didn't want to use it, and it was one I couldn't use anymore. So that ended up in the dog bed too, and then I think we took an old bathrobe of mine and put it over it. And then Momo kept stealing my one blanket from me. So I've given up, and that's kind of now his blanket, especially since he hurt himself and won't lay on the bed. So he's obsessed with the dog bed now. But before Momo hurt himself, they would take turns with whoever was in the dog bed. So somebody would be with me for part of the night. Well, for a while they would both be with me in bed. And then they would swap, and one would get in the dog bed and one would stay with me, and then somebody else would get up and swap and stretch, and they would change who was in the dog bed. But now Momo doesn't really get on the bed anymore, and Zuzu wants his turn for the dog bed, and Zuzu's a bit chunkier than Momo, which is odd because they're litter mates, and you'd never know they were litter mates just looking at them. And Momo gets upset if Zuzu gets in there first and he doesn't have room. But I don't have another box to set up a second bed, nor do I have another pillow that I can spare for it. Because we haven't had the guinea pigs in some time. And I contemplated getting them a regular dog bed that was big enough for both of them, like maybe one of the raised up ones that sits up off the floor, so that maybe that would like cradle them a bit more, but I don't think they would sleep in it. I really don't. I think Momo likes the high sides on this box. Like, we cut down like a little U shape on the one side so he had an easier time getting in and out of it, but I think he actually likes the high sides on it because he can lean on them. So I don't know if just getting any old dog bed is actually going to work as a replacement. I'm thinking that they're going to turn their nose up at it, so I'm hesitant to spend the money on it. Oh, yeah, Zuzu must be still taking up the lion's share of the dog bed, because I just heard Momo growl. Either that or Momo wants something. And the husband has his headphones on, so he's not really hearing it. What's the matter, Momo? Why are we growling? I really wanted to get this section done, but I think we might have to stop soon. Because I really need to go get some food here. But not bad for today. And I need to go see what the dog's upset about before he starts getting snappy. But yeah, not too bad. I mean, for me, this is a little bit of a slow process anyway, but I'm actually fairly happy with how far we've gotten. So let's go ahead and flip him right side. So yeah, I mean, we've got a nice bit of color. Oh, shit. Of color. There I go, just randomly dropping stuff again. Alright. I like the color variation that's happening here with a good number of them. I mean, these ones we haven't done yet. The darker ones are all gonna get redone. I mean, this one's gonna be a different color, and these guys down here are gonna be a different color. So we'll ignore those ones. But yeah, for the most part, it looks a lot softer, and a lot more for what I'm looking for. Now that got a little close, but like I said, we'll be cleaning up the spaces in between, as we go along and put our outlines in and stuff. But not a bad start. Next week we'll finish cleaning up our blue section here and get that morning blue washed in over top of that brilliant blue. And then hopefully we'll start to get the sorry, I'm trying to get the paint out of this. Some of it is starting to accumulate up near the furrow here. Next week we'll start to get the water put in. We should have more than enough time for that, because our water is going to start here and work down. Will we get the water finished? Probably not next week, but we'll at least get it started, especially now that I have more of a plan. Sometimes I go into something with a tentative plan, but I never really know for sure how my color choices are gonna start playing out. Like, I don't like to plan that level of detail. I get a tentative plan. It's like, okay, and then we'll start to see how things develop as we get in here. And you know, a lot of times I'll change direction as we start a project, because I'm like, oh hey, what if we do X, or I kind of like the way this is leaning, we'll do more of Y. And so, but right now I'm feeling pretty good about where we're sitting. I like this happy accident that that we had happen. And yeah, so I thank you guys for hanging out with me today, this afternoon, and we'll be back painting again next week. Good luck on your challengers for my WoW Challenges people. Next scheduled stream will be Wednesday, and it will be our WoW Challenges stream. Sorry about Parkitect being canceled this week. I was not well, and it was super, super, super hot in our room, and I was afraid of running the computer, plus my migraine had come back with a vengeance Wednesday before I went to bed. So make sure you're following on the Twitter so that you know when we do go live, in case you don't have your notifications on here, or so that I don't see anybody on my list that I feel like rating today, so or so that you know if we've decided to cancel, because that's where you're gonna find that the stream was canceled, is on my Twitter. So Twitter is NiseyBGN. The Etsy shop I think is Nisey Paints. It has the arty flamingo on the banner. I have to redo the banner. My profile is the flamingo. The banner still has the puppet on it. I have to redo the banner. That's also on my list of things to do, but that's going to be the profile on the Etsy shop, and that should be Nisey Paints over there. We do have the Kofi page, which is kind of like a gallery of a mixed bag of stuff that we've done. For those that don't want to donate through Twitch, you can donate through Etsy, and I think that's set up for PayPal, and that will go directly to my PayPal. Kofi, I'm sorry, not Etsy. What should I say? Kofi is set up to go through PayPal. For those that don't want to go through Twitch, you can go through Kofi, and that will go through PayPal. And that will go directly to my PayPal instead of going through Twitch. I think I said that right this time. And yeah, and then we have the YouTube channel where we archive all of the things, or most of the things that we've done. We might do a late night Mikeless Minecraft night. I don't advertise those. I don't let you guys know that that's gonna happen on Twitter. I just do it. Those are on a whim things. But I don't talk during those. I might pause and chat with you guys a little bit in chat. But I'm not on the mic for that one. because, you know, I need some time to not be verbally talking. So, yeah, so I will see you guys definitely on Wednesday, maybe before then. And until next time, take care and stay safe and have a good one.